Thank you everyone for joining us. We'll be starting in the next 3 minutes. We're just allowing for participants to join, but just as a quick housekeeping, we are going to keep everyone muted. Everyone is going to be muted, and we will request that only when you are recognized in terms of your name, you unmute yourself, but also on your device so that it's easier to recognize you. You can change your name to those people whose devices are listed. I can see, for instance, this TA's iPad. You can just go to your name and click and write your actual name so that we don't recognize you. Just it will say it will give an option to change your name so that you write your full name. But otherwise, we'll keep everyone muted, and then only when you're recognized, please come in then. I would really appreciate if we can keep that particular order. As you can hear, even as I'm speaking, microphone, that's a background noise, but I'll mute that microphone just now. And those who are administering and doing secretariat work, please also assist us behind the scenes to unmute, to mute those microphones that are speaking. So as I'm speaking now, I would expect our secretariat and those who have got controls to mute those people who are not online in this regard. Colleagues, let's keep our microphones muted because we are starting in the next 2 minutes so that we are all able to have a very engagement. Thank you very much.
Natasha, you mind fixing your short? It's not okay.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, it's now exactly 2015. We'll be handing over to our facilitators to start us with the program of So without any further ado, over to yourself, Deputy Chair, Mr. Patrick Shai, as well as Deputy Speaker, Honorable Dinodi. Over to you, colleagues.
Thank you very much. I will yield to the Honorable Ndate Lechisa to lead us. And I'll follow after the Honorable Ndate Lechisa.
Thank you very much, Ndate Kanaka. We are very glad and excited to be here today. But can I request that we observe a brief moment of silence to observe and have in our thoughts those who have died and have also been negatively affected by these deaths, and those who suffer the consequences of gender-based violence across the country and across the world, just for a moment. Thank you. When I say that we are glad to have this opportunity is because we are in the middle of a crisis, a pandemic that is wreaking havoc in our country and has also cost lives as well. I hope we also have in mind those who have been felt by COVID-19 in our country, and in fact has exacerbated the problems that we are going to be discussing today. And so my wish is that today, let's remember that as your program, some of the information and the program that you have circulated indicate, this work has been going on. So we must consider ourselves present in this forum as a continuation of a relay. We are carrying a baton that others has passed on to us, and we must do so, remembering the great efforts they took to try and persuade us to do the correct things. In fact, the kind of society and country that many lost their lives is that it must be free of violence and it must be peaceful, and that people must be able to live together as equals in our society. That mission, that objective must remain the guiding reasons why we do the work we want to do. We have great respect for the leadership provided us by the leadership of the continent and part of the world who said to us regarding women and men as equals and others as equals is an important basis for humanity. Those of us from the African continent who believe in Ubuntu, humaneness, Ubuntu, this is the legacy that we would like to revive and to ensure lays the foundation for how we relate as human beings in our country. And so this is an important opportunity. The many things that we are going to be reflecting on, we hope will include critically contributions of what we can do that perhaps we haven't done or haven't done enough of. So that should be the focus of our contributions, so that when we part in the next 2 hours, we leave with enough of ideas from all of you present here, having spoken, but also having written in the chat room, because that will also be harvested for all the good ideas that you wouldn't be able to say in the forum openly, but also can only do so in writing. Please do not hesitate to do that. It's an important contribution to these discussions. But please, when you mention a problem, propose a solution, because it will help us. Let's build on the work that's been done before. And I hope that you are going to be, this is Sunday noon, so you are at your freshest today. So we expect only good ideas and good creativity so that we can build on what we have done before and put it forward. In the past, we have spoken about the necessity for this men coming together and so on. But I don't think, if I may say so, because of the, I attended the webinar recently of looking at the national strategy against gender-based violence and its implementation. And I didn't feel satisfied that I think we did enough to communicate the work we are doing as Men's Forum, because no forum must meet in our country especially and not know, if they are dealing with these issues that we're going to talk about, that we have been doing this work consistently. So let's undertake from today onwards that we must take responsibility for that not happening enough, but we must act to change the situation, communicate the work we are doing, that the difference we made is going to be visible and will be heard in every forum that discusses this question of gender-based violence. That's my opening remarks, and I welcome you here. And please, just remember to put on your shirt if you forgot. Someone did forget this past weeks to put on a shirt, was lying in bed. It didn't quite come across well, but I'm just reminding those who may have forgotten. It's not a bad idea. It's always nice to also feel free in your home and so on. But remember to put in a shirt. We would like you to contribute your ideas. We mustn't be focusing on all other things and so on. Gadisha, please take over, and then we will go on as we proceed here. Thanks.
Please unmute yourself, Mr. Shai.
Yes, thank you, sir. I would like to welcome everyone who's here, and I will make a special announcement on noting the delegates that are here. But I just want to say it is very important that on this day, which is Father's Day, we really give meaning to fathers in this country, for we have become another type of fathers. Gender-based violence and femicide has become our everyday reality. And I cannot agree more. The Honorable Ntate Lechisa, yes, we have done a lot and we continue to do a lot, but maybe it is not enough. Maybe we've not spoken about the issues that needs to be spoken. Maybe we've spoken to the perpetrators, or maybe we've spoken to the outcomes of domestic violence and gender-based violence, which is femicide. But we have not spoken to the environment that creates, that enables the perpetuation of these horrendous crimes. I am hoping that in our submissions and our discussions, we'll note the omissions we've made in our commissions and campaigns and address those omissions so that we really create a deficit in the crimes committed against women and children. And I would like to see also, I think I agree, Linda Delechisa, my honorable speaker, the outcomes, when you come up with a program, we would focus on, why do we have a need for safe homes for women and children? Why is there such a need in this country? It is an indication that we are not doing enough. Secondly is, what is it we can do to speak to men effectively instead of speaking to men after he has killed a woman, so that we are preventative in our campaigns going forward, in our programs going forward. Having said that, I say let's have an open, robust discussion at the time when we have to, because these are the times when we really have to speak to the issues that create this environment. I also want to say, we must be take cognizance of the damage that society and especially Black people have gone through since apartheid. That while the country transformed and transported itself with rights for women and rights for men, we have not focused on men. Men were left trapped in a patriarchal society. And we keep saying it is patriarchy, but we have not done enough to educate Majid Dabore. I'm hoping that when we prepare to get to speak today, we will also address the issue of how we eradicate harmful patriarchal beliefs, tendencies, and acts within our patriarchal society. I thank you. I think I'll hand over to Ntate Lechisa to lead us through to the next item.
Thank you, Ndati. As we do so, let's also welcome our special guests today. Let me start with the Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Mayor Sylvia Lucas, who with me delegated the responsibility for what we refer to as sectoral work. In other words, pulling together systematic ongoing campaigns around sectors that are critical. So this is how we cooperate and work together to realize some of those goals. They include the subject matter that we are talking about here. So we'd like to welcome here. And so should we, especially also the Deputy Minister of Social Development as a key partner in this process, who did critical work in mobilization on the ground to realize the coming together of men to do the work that they are doing as part of their overall agenda. Similarly, Dr. Pasha, the Deputy Minister of Health, let's also welcome you, and so that the work that we are doing here is a critical component of the public health system that we would like to see on the ground, understood in every family, in every street, in every neighborhood that we are contributing towards. It's an important thing that we work together around these matters. And let me also welcome the Deputy Minister of Police, who are at the front line of the battle against gender-based violence. That we welcome you and hope that the insights you will share with us of the work you've been doing and the opportunities that you see going forward for collaboration is articulated well. There is no question that the South African National AIDS Council is a critical part of this. In fact, the Men's Forum evolved out of that. And so it is an important part of the work that we are doing together and collaborating. I see there is Dr. Abba Omar there, who will present to us significant issues that relates to the matter we are dealing with here. One of the responsibilities we had in the past, we provided information for inviting all institutions and departments, broadly speaking, for what we've called the United Nations He for She campaign, and so on. And similarly, the work that we circulated was critical to the UN family of organizations, coordinated by Nados Bekele Thomas, who's here. We are really excited that they are able to be here because this is a global campaign, and therefore this work we are doing, others are doing elsewhere. So sharing insight is a valuable exercise. So let me go on to request the next presenter on the agenda there. Ngatishai, please call the next speaker.
While Ntando, can you prepare yourself while Mr. Shai is preparing himself?
Sure.
Mr. Ntando Yola, please come in.
Must I go ahead?
Yes.
Please let him go ahead, and we will, all presenters, please pardon us in order to save time. We will not introduce you over and above what we have said so far. We do wish to ensure that all the critical people present here, we will name them as we go along, but we will provide information about who you are, where you come from, and so on, as part of the comprehensive report of what we are doing here today. So thank you very much. Go ahead, Ndati.
You are on mute, Ndate Shai.
There we go. Sorry about that technology. Sometimes in a lot of sharp. I would like to call upon to give our opening remarks the Senate Chairperson, Ntate Ntando Yola.
Thank you, Ndata Shai. Thank you, Prophet, and thank you, Deputy Speaker. And to the Deputy Ministers of different departments, the Social Development, Department of Health, the Department of Police, and other departments that we might not be aware who have joined us, to the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, representatives of Chapter 9 institutions, the international partners who are with us here today, the men's movements and partner organizations, and I think most importantly to the fathers, men and boys of the nation, as well as everyone who has joined us on this Father's Day. And as the South African National AIDS Council Men's Sector, we are aware that some are saying that this is not a happy Father's Day. And I think all of us who are here know the reason why we feel this is not a happy Father's Day. However, it is also important, as we have determined today, to really ensure that on this day we gather in this manner, because Father's Day is a day to continue to honor fatherhood. It is a day to celebrate and highlight a critical social role that fathers have to play in families, in communities, and in society. And we all want to live in a society where humans live, thrive, and become all the good that we are looking for as part of being humans. Now, as fathers, we have a role and a responsibility to contribute towards the society that we want, towards ensuring a nation where children not only live in fear and live in the midst of all the ills that they are experiencing as part of this nation. We are all having a responsibility in ensuring that we have a nation where the political, the social, economic freedom that we all fought for is alive in our lives today. I think as part of this Father's Days, I've also invited my son to be part of this conversation, so that as part of all the programs that we are working on as the men's sector and all our partners through our campaign of Takuwane Reime, which is a vendor phase that highlights the important role that men have to play in ensuring that we mobilize all men and stand against all forms of violence in our society. And today we really have gathered here as a way of ensuring that we continue with programs. This is not just a program for Father's Days. It is important to highlight that as this movement, we really are continuing with all of the work that has started a few years ago, and we have really mobilized men who can stand and be dedicated in ensuring that as a collective of men and as a collective of boys and as a collective of all organizations that are working with men and boys, we really are standing against all forms of violence, against women, against children, to challenge and fight all forms of gender-based violence, to fight and stand against all the incidents where men are raping women, where children and women are being killed, and all forms of abuse and violence against women and children. And we really are doing all of this in the corners of all society, in the streets of our townships, in the villages, in our homes, in our communities, in the districts, in the metropoles, in the towns, everywhere where all of these atrocities are experienced in our communities. And therefore, as part of this day, we are really welcoming everybody and encouraging that we continue with this dialogue and recognize the important role that dialogue has to play in society. Dialogue is not just about dialogue, but dialogue is about ensuring that we come up with action, is about ensuring that we raise consciousness about issues that we need to deal with as individuals in order that we can stand to be the people who are required to be in society, especially as men and especially as fathers. So we are really here to ensure that we have sustainable action. We continue with the action that we have started a long time ago to recognize where these forms of incidences are happening and be the men who stand against them, who call out other men, to build a culture of being vocal against all forms of violence, to mobilize each other against these social ills, as well as to continue with activities in all the streets, the communities, and everywhere where we live to ensure that South Africa is a society that we all want. With those words, we'd really like to welcome everybody and want to encourage everyone to be part of this dialogue and ensure that we play the important role against all forms of violence in South Africa. I want to thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'd like to take this opportunity right now to welcome the following delegates. Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, my co-chair, Ndate Lechisa Tsenodi. Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable Sylvia Lucas. Deputy Minister of Social Development, Me Hendrietta Bogopane Zulu. Deputy Minister of Police, Honorable Castle Matale. Deputy Minister of Health, Dr. Joe Pahla. United Nations Coordinator, Ms. Nado Bekela Thomas, and UNFPA Country Director, Me Beatrice Mutali, United AIDS Country Director,
Seems to be a problem with sound there.
Yeah, can you assist Deputy Speaker?
Oh, okay, am I back on?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay. The chairperson of the Commission on Gender Equality, Tamara Matebula, and the commissioners. We also like to welcome the CEO of Love Life, Dr. Linda Ngube Nkomo, CEO of the Center for Communication Impact, Meg Claudia Shilumani, CEO of NDA, Met Tambo Mzombe, Acting CEO of SANAC, Me Seseka Nokoduga, Chairperson of the National Men's Sector, Ilingtate Yola. As the other names come in, we'll continue to introduce and welcome them. We welcome you, our honorable leaders, in this fight against gender-based violence and femicide. I thank you. Ndate Tsenolo, can we go on to the next item, please?
Please call the next speaker, Ndate Shai. And can we request that all speakers who are going to speak now, we have done the protocols. We have greeted the special guests. Those who have not been mentioned, please consider your name mentioned, and then do not feel awkward if it is not mentioned anymore, so that we save as much time as possible to create opportunity for people for later to comment and so on. So let's proceed with the next speaker. Please introduce the next speaker, just name the next speaker.
Thank you, my honorable colleague. The next speaker is going to speak about our role as fathers. And this would be Mr. Mesh Kekana, who is from Dads in the Picture. Up to you, over to you, Ndate. Ramesh.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Mesh Kekana from Dads in the Picture, as indicated. Our role as fathers. I'd like to start by painting a picture. As fathers, we are tasked with the responsibility to provide. Provision varies in the form of tangible things and intangible things. Our tangible provision includes shelter to house our children, as well as providing education, food, clothes, security, and various other items that require contribution in one form or the other, but mainly money to attain. We are tasked to ensuring children development spiritually. We are tasked to ensuring that the children are emotionally well developed, as well as their physical well-being. All these could be classified as intangible. More to that, once the provision has been adequately done, the children are rich. Once they reach maturity, it remains our responsibility to make sure that we nurture them, coach them, and hold their hands into adulthood, no matter how much they actually feel that they know it all. The truth is, moms and dads, we need to understand that parenting is a teamwork. I'd like to make it clear to everyone that approaches that have been done previously, where these roles have been defined by society and culture, fathers to provide, but not only to provide, fathers provide alongside the moms, yes. Unless the fathers are in tandem with the mothers, the nurturing normally fails. We might think that it doesn't fail, but the problems arise when the child itself is an adult. And we need to be very clear about that, because being a parent comes with responsibilities way before the rights. The rights of mothers and fathers cannot come before the rights of children. The fact that the mothers carry the children full term, it's one thing, but the father's rights are the ones that are probably not clearly defined. They do financial provision, and we always look at that, and that becomes critical. But then there's many cultures that encroach on the non-tangible provision by fathers. Dear fathers, you have to know, you absolutely have to provide for the children. You absolutely have to care for your families. You absolutely have to make sure that you support the mothers in this journey. Differences normally come with socialization. By this, I'm alluding to the fact that simple issues of family planning decisions, for instance, they lean more towards the one parent, normally the mother, also the father at times, depending on who actually is prepared for that role of parenting. This matter brings me to one issue of communication. Two people plan a child, operative word being plan. However, we know that the voices of fathers in their absence are normally never as audible as they should be. No excuses will be taken for the absence of us as fathers, because we have ways and means to actually find a way into the children's life. But on occasions when issues of contribution to the child's well-being are being debated, we find one question that seems to be making the rounds. What is each parent's contribution towards the problem? I mean, fathers are normally synonymous with papgeld, paying of papgeld. Is that really what it's all about? Let me generalize and look at the journey of how we get to problems that actually disrupt our role as fathers from being taken out properly. The journey to problems normally has the journey to the solution. Until we actually are prepared to look at how we got to that problem, how we got to the absence, we will not resolve this. But while we're looking for that, we still want to say to the fathers, you need to provide spiritually, emotionally, physically, and financially. It is not going to help to say, I'm going to stand back because I am not getting the access, or because I am not getting the support or the recognition. In each of these cases, where support, where grooming, where coaching, where mentorship by fathers or even by mothers in some instances is withheld, the child is the one that suffers. Whenever the issues or reasons that lead to an irresponsible behavior are unpacked, we embark on such emotionally. I mean, I've seen it on a daily basis. Emotions are part of how we need to address things, but we cannot resolve issues of this nature, issues of gender-based violence, issues of rapes, issues of alienation, by just purely looking at emotions. As that's in the picture, we have proven that there are always excuses and a number of valid reasons why fathers are absent. But the absence is not an option, because the child has to be fed, the child has to be supported, the child has to grow on a daily basis. One fact though remains: one doesn't know what one doesn't know. I do not know how important it is for me to be in my child's life unless by the grace of God or in my character, actually, that information is available. Alternatively, I need to really be coached. I need to really be given the information. If I didn't share this information, for instance, about the session today, most of the dads wouldn't have joined, with the exception of a few who actually would go and find out and follow me on these different social medias. The question that follows now: are we actively coaching, grooming, mentoring boys and men into positive fatherhood, or are we letting the streets and media be their point of reference? Follow-up question becomes: whilst faced with all these societal issues that has been linked to nurturing, especially the absence of fathers, do we have any intention of cohesing and supporting the fathers in their journey as key partners in parenting? Majority of mothers have gone through coaching. That was mostly passive, but continuous within the confines of homes and communities they grew in. To add to that, knowledge and expertise, women are socialized in many ways to aspire to be the best mothers they can be, while men are socialized for PAP payment. Yes, they are socialized that all that they are good at is to make sure that they support. The word support in itself does not speak to the nurturing of a child. It does not speak to the role they need to be played physically, emotionally with their child. It is not primarily the mother's fault that men are aloof or are not engaged in rearing of children. Irrespective of how much she might contribute in the form of gatekeeping and parental alienation, there are other issues. When you look at gatekeeping, we look at parental alienation, these remains big battles that fathers, as well as a good number of mothers, fight. It requires special attention if we are to successfully bring parents fully into their role of provision. Our fathers lament the structures that support and perpetuate continuous marginalization of fathers and their systemic paging from the children's life. This might sound like an excuse, but it is the one that keeps propping up when we talk to fathers. Now, if we are tasked with bringing the fathers to book, we need to have certain answers for them ready. Most of the fathers that we've engaged as a fatherhood movement actually want to be part of the children's lives. But if you observe how they actually go about it, it is not right. This observation also holds the same validity for women. Both face societal and family expectations. We look at how the decisions are made to have children, because those very decisions actually contribute to the very same decision to stand away from children, to actually alienate other parents, to actually not want to pay PAP health, because PAP health is the one stick that is being used. A child has to eat, that I will reiterate. A child has to dress up. So money would need to exchange hands at some point, one way or the other. But if it's only the money that we're looking at, then we have an even bigger problem. These security issues that some of our young people go through, some of the alienation they go through, some of the pain they go through in societies, influence whichever way, how they would come out. If having a positive voice male in your life contributes 1% to building a right character in a child, isn't it worth fighting for that 1%? And my question to men to say, would you want to withhold that 1% from a child? The 1% that might make the difference between the child ending up in jail or in drugs. We can label a man stupid, useless, or a sperm donor, deadbeat for that matter. That, however, does not do much for the child whose rights to being cared for and having a relationship with both parents is violated. We can continue to pour resources into campaigns that seek to call out men and even punish them. That I'll support. However, whatever the wins we're going to get in that approach can never be compared to the positive influence an involved father could have afforded the child, as shown by various qualified researchers. In closing, in a broken society, we need to raise men that make responsible decisions, choices in all spheres of their lives, especially when other lives are involved. These lives being the lives of fellow men, the women they interact with, as well as the children, not just their children, the children in the communities they find themselves in. We need to intentionally mentor, coach, and groom boys and girls into responsible adults, free of societal and cultural pressures. Groom them in such a way that when the day for them comes to make a decision and make a choice, they make the right one. Choices that people make are based on options available to them at the moment. Believe you me, you will not choose something that you do not know. We all choose something that we know. And sometimes we take it for granted that people know what choices to choose. Fatherhood is something that we need to really look at, because fathers don't just happen. They are raised in families. They are raised in communities. They are raised in social media even. I'm a son. I'm a nephew. I'm a brother and a colleague and a friend, an acquaintance and a partner. I also happen to be a father and an uncle to daughters and sons. Their well-being is intertwined with my existence. I cannot and will not be silent in the face of atrocities they face every day. Fellow brothers, please hear me. I am not okay with the violence, the lawlessness, the abuse throughout our communities. We need to change it, and it starts with me. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Ndate, for your useful insights and problematizing our socialization. And in addition to everything you said about yourself, you're also a man in South Africa with a specific history, and you are in an African continent with a specific history. And those are factors. When we look for solutions, we must identify the roots of them in those circumstances that we are talking about. Thank you very much. Let's invite Ntate Shai to invite the next speaker, please.
Thank you very much, and well spoken, Ramesh. One that we've become like animals today, and I like all the points you raised. Well, then, without waste of time, call Mr. Craig Wilkinson, a father, a nation. He will talk to us about virtues of a champion man. What does it take to become a champion man against all these challenges that men are faced with? Brother Craig, over to you.
Thank you so much, Brother Patrick. Appreciate it. And thank you, everyone, for the opportunity of being here. It's wonderful to be with a group of people who are passionately committed to overcoming this issue of gender-based violence. For me, and I think for all of us, the solution to unhealthy masculinity is healthy masculinity. The solution to toxic masculinity is good, positive, powerful, good masculinity. So I'll just share briefly around 6 virtues of good, positive, powerful, positive masculinity, because the more we promote that and the more we live that throughout this nation and throughout this world, the less toxic masculinity will exist, because positive masculinity will squash it out. So I'm just going to talk briefly about 6 virtues of positive, powerfully good masculinity. The first one is that good men, champion men as I call them, use their strength for good. We as men have strengths, and that's played out. I mean, the statistics are, in terms of gender-based violence, is horrific in this nation, and we're seeing men using that strength badly. And I would say to men that there are 3 ways we can use our strength. The first one is we can fail to use the strength. In other words, instead of stepping up when we need to step up, or speaking up when we need to speak up, we sit back and we sit down. Someone once said that all it takes for evil to prevail is for good men to do nothing. And for us as men, the opposite of masculinity is not femininity. The opposite of masculinity is passivity, when good men do nothing. And we become complicit in the issue. So the first thing we can do is fail to use our strength. The second thing we can do is misuse our strength. And we're seeing that so often today, where men are using their strength to dominate and to control and to abuse and to take what's not theirs. We see that in politics. We see that in business. We see that even in churches, where men in positions of power, abusing that position of power, using their power in a wrong way to take and to dominate and control. And the third way is we can use our strength well. And here's the challenge. If every man used his strength well, we would not have an issue of gender-based violence. We'd not have an issue of fatherlessness. we'd not have an issue of corruption or theft or anything, because every man would say, this strength that I've got, whether it's economic strength, physical strength, emotional strength, positional strength, I will choose to use that to serve, to love, to honor, to protect, and to provide. So the first champion trait is that we need to use our strength well, not fail to use it, not misuse it, use it well. The second virtue is that champion men tend their fields. You know, it's the farming analogy. When a farmer has a field and he has cows and cattle, etc., and some fields of wheat, he tends that field. He looks after that field. And using that analogy, every one of us as men has a field. And in that field, we have people who rely on us. We have jobs and responsibilities, and we have ourselves in that field too. And I think one of the virtues of a champion man is says, I will take responsibility for and tend my field. That any person or anything that's in my sphere of influence will be safe, looked after, cared for, protected, and fathered if I have a child. So this issue of tending your fields as men, you know, we as men, sometimes we make decisions, that result in things. And a true man steps up and takes responsibility for that. And he looks after everything that's been given to him to look after. People, things, money, material, responsibility. So virtue number 2 is we tend our fields. Virtue number 3 is true men or champion men define themselves and value themselves by their character, not by their possessions or their position. You know, a real man says that even if everything is stripped away from me, I lose my job and I lose my car, etc., what remains is what makes me a man. So we live in a world where men are defined often by, I talk about the 4 big lies of masculinity: the sex, power, money, and big boys don't cry. These are the main 4 lies we hear as men when we grow up. That I have to have lots of women, and that I have to have lots of power, and that I have to have lots of money, and if I don't, I'm not a man. And these are absolute lies. And the 4th one is that as a man, I can't cry or be vulnerable or show emotion. So as men, we need to say, you know what, let's counter those 4 big lies. A true man is someone who's able to commit and stay faithful to one woman. A true man who is not a man who has power, but a man who uses the power he has well. A true man is not defined by his possessions or his money, but what does he leave behind? You know, someone said that the poorest man can leave behind the richest legacy. Why? Because he loves and he cares and he protects and he provides and he inputs into his loved one and his children. So he leaves behind this legacy of beauty and character. So that's the 3rd virtue. We define ourselves by our character, not by our possessions. The 4th one is that true men and champion men build a band of brothers. You know, a lot of research is coming out now that most men are lonely. And men, when we're lonely, we walk alone and we carry our burdens alone. And no one calls us out. And we don't call each other out. And we don't have these mirrors of brothers that are telling us that, hey, you know, Craig, you're messing up there. Or, hey, Craig, you're a good man. We need a band of brothers. Men commit suicide on average 4 times more than women. 4 times more men kill themselves than women. And one of the reasons is we carry our burdens alone. You know, we have friends that we go to watch a soccer match or a cricket match or a rugby match. We have friends we can watch sport with and drink a beer. And these are friends, but we seldom have friends where we can be vulnerable to, where we can call each other out, where we can honor each other and be brothers that stand together in this life to walk with each other, to be good men, to hold each other to high standards of what it means to be a man. The 5th virtue is that champion men mentor the next generation. You know, young boys look to older men to model what it means to be a man. And so often a young boy looks up to older men, and what does he see? He sees them drinking and he sees them.
Sorry, I think.
Yes. Sorry? Sorry,
Okay.
Sorry, Matomi, I can't hear you.
Just go ahead, Craig, and wrap up, please.
Okay,
Just
fantastic.
Go ahead, wrap up. Yeah, that's okay.
All right, fine. So we mentor the next generation. And then number 6 is we make the world a better place. Whatever we do, whatever situation is, we need to leave that better than when we found it. We as men need to make this world a better place. So I'll just wrap up there if I'm running out of time. All of these things are contained in a little booklet, which is available free of charge. If anyone would like a digital copy of that, I'm very happy to send it. It elaborates more on these things. But as men, we need to stand up, be true men, and we will eliminate this issue of gender-based violence. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Dr. Abba Umar, Chairperson of the Sanak Trust. Abba, are you there? Is Abba there?
Should we then not go to the next item while she's getting ready?
Is he there?
We're not getting a response, Dr. Lichis.
Okay, let's go to Nados. Madam Nados Bekele Thomas, the UN Resident Coordinator. Nados, are you there? Is it connection? What is it? Oh, there she is here. Go ahead, ma'am.
Yeah, I'm here.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, my brother, the Deputy Speaker, the chair of the NCOP, and all religious leaders and all participants, you know, like what you have instructed us, all protocols observed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I would like to just first of all say Happy Father's Day. Happy Father's Day to all fathers to be, and to all figure fathers, but also to all parents in all their diversity. Happy Father's Day. Today has been a wonderful day, and thank you very much for this occasion, because, you know, we are discussing at this important day one of the critical challenges of society, which is the gender-based violence. And, you know, coming from you, Deputy Speaker, and all those men that have been speaking and committing themselves, this is something that is an amazing event for me. And if I become emotional, please forgive me, because this is a topic that really, you know, is just deep in my heart, being a mother of 4 girls. And you know, whenever I see anything that is committed to girls, to women, it just hits me, because it just means as if, you know, they are affecting my mother and my children. So, you know, and I'm sure each one of you that are here today are feeling the same thing. What happens to anyone, to X to Y to Z, is something that is happening to us, to our children, to our mothers, to our sisters. Therefore, you know, it's something that is affecting a family, that's affecting a society, and we need you men to be with us. And what I would say today is that what the UN has been from, you know, for so long been advocating, the he for she initiative should be something that should be translated in terms of, you know, what we do, what we think in our minds, but what we feel in our hearts. We should carry it in our minds and in our hearts. Today should be the day to pledge that, you know, we should stop and prevent violence. Each man should stand up and say that, you know, we are going to stop and prevent violence. I mean, it's not just a woman's affair, because for long, women were sitting together and discussing this problem as if the men are bystanders. Today, we're saying men are not bystanders, they are with us. And we commit as men that you're not bystanders, that you are going to stand with women that are abused. Speak to your friends, brothers, uncle, father, workmates, neighbor, or any man who is close to you and is abusive, whether physically, sexually, emotionally, or economically. And these are for those that are really not perpetrators and not offenders, but those that are, you know, feeling the same feeling that we women are feeling. And those that are, you know, in violence, please immediately seek help. If you know that you beat up or ill-treat your wife, girlfriend, daughters, or any other woman, you can approach a social worker, counselor, NGO working with men or gender-based violence. You may also call the Stop Gender Violence Helpline. Please help yourself, please help your family, please help your community. Second part of commitment and the pledge that we would like you to see is to pledge that you support survivors. Be part of the solution. If you are a retired lawyer, social worker, judge, teacher, or any other relevant profession, urgently volunteer your service to government authorities or civil society organizations to reduce the backlog of gender-based violence or sexual offenses case. Be part of the solution. Support women survivors of gender violence in your community to report cases, for example, by providing transport, be present in numbers to support her in a court case, offer your phone numbers to be available to support, etc. Find a shelter for abused women near you to provide financial or in-kind support. Engage your community. You are part of the community. Engage your community. Educate yourself and others. Join or start a conversation about gender violence by finding safe spaces for men to talk, such as barbershops, during sport games, at schools, workplaces, churches, in taverns. Use social media to speak out against gender-based violence and gender inequality. Send a clear message that is hardest and not cool to violate women. Make a personal commitment. Be a role model at home, including teaching boys early and often to respect women and girls and teaching girls their rights. Do not tolerate jokes, practices, and behavior that disrespect women or girls or perpetuate negative gender stereotypes and social norms. Commit to actively play a role in ending gender violence as an individual in your family, in your community, and in the society. Join the He4She global movement at www.he4she.org. And also, please, 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 please look at what your children are looking at when it's, all these, online information, stereotype, advertisements, and all this. Please educate your children, both the girls so that they can stand for their rights, but the boys also so that they can respect their sisters, and their elders. It's very critical and very important. And I want to thank you very much because, I remember just last week, the UN Women had an engagement with the religious leaders, and the religious leaders had made a pledge. So each one of us today, as fathers, we should stand up and make a pledge. Enough is enough. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nados. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. That global invitation to commit. Is Dr. Abba Omar back? Is he there? Is he connected? If he hasn't, I'll move over to Honorable Sylvia Lucas.
You won't
Honorable...
be talking, Deputy Speaker. Sorry, he apologized.
Sorry? Sorry that? Sorry? I didn't hear that, Daddy.
The Sanak Trust chairperson won't be part of the program. He apologized, but Sanak is present.
Oh, is there anybody who's going to speak on behalf of the trust? No.
No, not at all.
Okay, all right. Let's go to my colleague, Honorable Sylvia Lucas, to briefly make remarks, and then I'll ask Dr. Joe Pasha to follow her immediately so that we go into discussions.
Thank you very much, co-chairpersons, to the Honorable Deputy Speaker in your capacity as the Deputy Speaker, to the Honorable Deputy Ministers to the Presidium of the National Men's Dialogue, also to our international partners, particularly from the United Nations, different agencies, Mr. Shai, and protocol observed. It's very strange for me to say protocol observed because in my position, it's always have been expected of me to acknowledge everyone, but I'm sure I've heard people doing this by acknowledging protocol. I hope it's acceptable from me. Good morning to everyone. Once again, we meet in this kind of situation, although very different since we are meeting virtually, although we can see each other's faces, but it's so difficult sometimes when you want to really engage meaningfully. But let me from the onset wish all fathers of our nation a very blessed Father's Day. Blessed in the sense that we wish you to enjoy a peaceful and a very sensible day. Because in today's era, we are faced with this anomaly that our fathers become unsensible. They are not really doing what they are supposed to be doing. We are seeing them as fathers, but they are not realizing that, particularly us that grew up in a very patriarchal era. Fathers was the head of the society, head of community, head of households. Fathers was those that we looked up to. But today we are in a dilemma because we are not experiencing the same, particularly in South Africa, where over the past few months we have experienced a very cumulative onslaught on women, and particularly with regards to the issues of gender-based violence, where our women and our children, particularly our girl children, are losing their lives through brutal and atrocious acts of violence meted against them. The Crime Against Women in South Africa report by Stats SA indicates that at least in South Africa, it's 5 times more likely for women to be killed through gender-based violence committed by intimate partners or by men. And that is becoming more and more important, that all of us need to develop an urgent response to this because it's persistent and these patterns that we are seeing, and it's interwoven into our social norms and our power relations. It's leaving deep scars on society that is affecting both the psychosocial trauma, community cohesion, and the stigmatization of survivors and development outcomes. It is the most extreme expression, and we are repeating this on different platforms, of the unequal gender relations in society. It is a violation of human rights, and it becomes a health issue globally that cuts across boundaries of economic wealth, culture, religion, age, and sexual orientation. Wherever it occurs, it is a major obstacle for ensuring gender justice, which further poses a serious threat to democratic development and public health. Gender-based violence, femicide, is a huge barrier to achieving sustainable development, economic growth, and stable communities. We need a paradigm shift that will assist us to decrease and eventually end this kind of violence. It entails a focus on the root causes, on violence founded on gender-based power inequalities and gender-based discrimination. And we need to accelerate. The backlogs at forensic laboratories, it need to be cleared. We need to make sure that we address through our judiciary system the issues of gender-based violence, sexual assaults, and femicide. We must make sure that we make this sex offender list public so that anyone can easily access it. And we must make sure that there are really stricter jail sentences for perpetrators of gender violence. And I am really pleased that we can work together in this forum. And I really hope that, like, some of the people feel that this is a talk shop, but I'm sure that it is not a talk shop, particularly since we met the last time in November with the men's sector of SANAC in Parliament. We heard about all the plans across provinces, across localities, and particularly as they pertain to programs aimed at addressing gender-based violence. We crystallize synergies, and we need to make sure that we put partnerships among strategic stakeholders in order to make sure that the fight against gender-based violence and femicide enable greater impact in our societies. We have recognized as Parliament that we need a nationwide response to gender-based violence and femicide, where every sector and every individual in our society can participate towards ending this scourge. The partnership with the men's sector is recognized as one of Parliament's ongoing efforts to activate multi-sectoral interventions and actions to address gender-based violence and femicide. Pursuant to what we want to achieve as a collective, it is important to reflect on commitments also made by the men's sector at our stakeholder engagement. This is also an opportunity to once again revisit and interrogate interventions already in place and address challenges, identify where the interventions are working, and replicate such strategies. We would love to hear feedback and progress with regards to the implementing of our Street Champions initiative, and in recognizing the urgency of the femicide that is taking place, a decisive plan of action is also expected to be agreed upon, which must have a better impact. If we want to further exercise our lawmaking role, and I'm speaking on behalf of Parliament, we will solicit the views of women regarding the enactment of a femicide legislation. It is a resolution of our 2019 Women's Parliament, where women appeal to Parliament to enact legislation that will specifically respond to femicide, because our women and children are perishing at the hands of their intimate partners. We will really continue to exercise our oversight role to make sure that the executive address what we want to see, a total review and assessment of this national gender framework strategy. That is what we want to see. We want a strategy that will enable all of us to put our hands on deck to root out gender-based violence and femicide. And our problem can't be solved by women or by government on their own, but through targeted interventions by society at large. All of us that is in this dialogue know that we need to play a great role in helping to challenge patriarchy and toxic masculinity. If I listen to Bramesh of what you were saying, that as a man or as a father, you never realize that he's got to play this very responsible role. Now, as a man, make sure that you participate and you convene, and so that we can, at the appropriate time, agree that we don't agree. We agree to disagree with those that are the perpetrators of gender-based violence.
Thank you, ma'am.
We need to take urgent and targeted action, and we need to end the generational cycle of violence and femicide. With that, Honorable Chairpersons, everyone, I thank you.
Thank you. Is Dr. Joe Pahla present?
Thank you very much, Co-Chair. I'm sure you can hear me. Co-Chair.
Yes, we can hear you.
Go ahead, Nat.
Okay. Thank you very much for you as a co-chairs and my colleagues who are present, Deputy Minister Bogopane Zulu. I'm not sure, I didn't see colleague Matale, but all other colleagues, including Mayor Sylvia Lucas, who has spoken. And thanks a lot for, and also let me thank the organizers of this forum. I see that there are quite a number of parties which have been responsible, and we thank you for that. While we are used to having Father's Day every year, it's a different one because we're celebrating it in the midst of the COVID pandemic, the first major challenge over a century, and hopefully the last one in our lifetime. As such, as we celebrate it, we also have added responsibilities of supporting our families and communities in the fight against COVID-19. Being a dad, a father is one of the most important roles a man can have, which would bring joy and pride as the blessings of fatherhood. Raising children is an incredible privilege and tremendous responsibility that distinguishes fathers from ordinary men. As we know, this Father's Day's theme for this forum is Fathers Speak to Heal the Nation. And indeed, very relevant as we're also facing another pandemic, as expressed by His Excellency, our President, who has recently labeled gender-based violence as the second pandemic. As millions of women around the country continue to demand an end to abuse, and increasingly everyone in every corner of the world is calling for men to take action as well. Equally, as South Africans, we are calling on men to join the world in celebrating this day by pledging their commitment to fight the scourge of GBV, by challenging unhealthy messages about gender, sex, and violence around us, and to take a responsibility by all of us. So in this respect, I want to thank Takuane and the SANAC men's sector for various initiatives which they have taken, creating a mass movement that has grown over time in terms of mobilizing all of us in the fight for this noble cause. I would like also to take the opportunity to thank the Department of Social Development, led by my colleague there, Deputy Minister Bokgopane Zulu, for very magnificent efforts. On this day, as fathers, we are reminded that families are the building blocks of successful and responsible communities, and we therefore need to make sacrifices to build solid and successful families. We are further called to recognize and honor the critical role of fathers. Fathers have got a broad range of roles of being a teacher, a coach, a role model. Children's behavior is quite often modeled around what they see around them in the family. It remains a hurting truth that most of our children are raised without their fathers, missing in action, whether it might be because they've passed away or they're just absent. They've abandoned their responsibilities, behaving irresponsible and in an ill-fitting manner. This has led to weaker foundations for some of our families and communities. And the foundations of our families and communities become weaker with the absence of fathers. While gender-based violence has always been characterized by female victimhood and male perpetration, there's also instances reported where men and boys have also suffered sexual abuse. We just don't know the scale of this because this has not been properly documented. Gender-based violence is the crisis of major proportions in our society. While there were indications that during the lockdown situation was providing breeding ground for GBV, the recent murders of young women, many young women, as the president mentioned in his address, over 21 of them, and children just after the relaxation. This has really shocked the entire nation. It is up to us as fathers and as parents to instill values of citizenry in our children. It is up to us to say to our daughters, don't ever let images you see on the media, on television, define your worth, because your worth is beyond materialism. You need to aim high in reaching your dreams and your goals. It is up to us to tell our boys that some media may glorify violence, but in our household, we give glory to achievement, to self-respect and strong family values. It is up to us to set high values, and that means we must also live those values ourselves in setting an example. As SANAC stakeholders, we strive to involve men in committed, responsible and empathetic fatherhood to fight daily to reduce violence against children and women. We need to mobilize fathers and caregivers to play an important role in promoting nonviolence in their families and ensure positive well-being of women, girls, and all family members. We need to shift the intergenerational cycle of violence to an intergenerational cycle of caring for each other. Real men protect their families. That is our message. Our message is that real men protect their families and the community. That real men give comfort to their partners and children and do not harm them. That real men know that their masculinity is for providing security and comfort to their families and to society, and not to harm women and children. happy Father's Day to all of the Father's Day. Thank you very much, Honorable Co-Chairpersons.
Thank you very much, Ndati.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ndati Shai, it's a memo.
Dr. Joe Pasla for input here. Habiale Rekovicha Mewarena Lo Me Henrietta Bogopane Zulu, the Deputy Minister of Social Development. And she's going to talk fatherhood and the lack thereof, South Africa's future under threat. On that day, Balona Basawana. Over to you, Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Ntate Shai. Let me also join all the speakers and observe all the protocols. Am I audible?
Yes, absolutely.
Can you guys see me?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Happy Father's Day to all South African men. Not those only that gave birth to children, but all those that have decided to be fathers to not only their own, but to South Africa's children. We hope that you are going to enjoy this day and that the day is going to be a very prosperous. We're very honored as the Department of Social Development to continue to provide leadership and ensuring that even though we are going through COVID, that the dialogue between ourselves and men continues. And I want to thank the men's sector and in SANEC, the Deputy Parliament as an institution, and all of the different NPOs that we work with to make this a reality. Allow me, Deputy Speaker, to say, firstly, as a woman, a mother of 3 girls, on behalf of South African women, let me apologize to South African men, because I'm not sure what is it that we have done to deserve the treatment that men are giving us. We don't know what our daughters have done to deserve what those that are supposed to be their fathers take them through. We acknowledge the realities that South Africa goes through, but we can never apologize, and we can't enough understand why would love hurt. That I need answers to fathers. Social development is amongst the leading department in the fight against gender-based violence. So because we have limited time, I'm going to actually just make very specific. The first thing is we are making the progress, but we're actually not making the progress either. Because unless South Africans are beginning to go with us, we are not going to make the progress that we need. The president has spoken. Let us add to what the president has said. But for us as South African women, and for me, that leads also the fight against gender-based violence, that lives, sees not only those that are shown on the newspapers, not only those that get the attention of the media, but even those whose stories are never told. What we are asking for is very straightforward thing. I don't think we should continue to call this gender-based violence, because gender represents both men and women. We must call it what it is: violence against women and children. We must call it femicide, call it by its name so that we don't have to continue to find better ways. But actually, it's gone beyond a pandemic. It's now genocide. At the rate that South Africa women are killed, this country needs to declare it as a genocide, because it is only then that we will begin to all stand up, and maybe then South African men, fathers, will begin to do what they need to do. What is it that we are expecting them to do? First, we're expecting South African men to not call for minimum sentencing, to lead the call that those that commit crimes against women and children, that crimes against women and children must be Schedule 6 crimes. We are expecting South African men to be the ones that lead that call. And we are expecting South African men who have children to be the ones to lead. You don't have to bear a child to be a father. You just have to respect children, care about them, and look after them. What are the things that we need to, our takeaways that put South Africa's future at risk? Because the rate that we are going, this country has no future. It won't have a future because of the way we are raising our children. It won't have future because of the way men are behaving. We won't have a future because of the way that we are treating even our girls. Men, when you are an old man and you go to have sex with a child younger than being your daughter, that is the
Sorry,
beginning
ma'am.
of
Sorry, just 1 second. Could please people mute their mics if you want to talk, because otherwise we hear you. So it becomes difficult to hear the speaker on the platform. Please, let's do that. Sorry, Honorable Deputy Minister, please proceed. So it becomes difficult to hear the speaker on the platform. Let's do that. Sorry, Honorable Deputy Minister, please so it becomes difficult to hear the speaker.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. We are a nation in pain. We are a nation that requires healing. We are a nation that's hurting. The pain doesn't start when you are a man. The pain starts in our early childhood development centers. When your nickname is Kandel Kulu, when your nickname is Oh Useless, when you are called Lentole, Ifana no Ihlo. All of those contribute to what we are seeing today. When we deny those that are gay, those that are lesbians, those that are queer, those that are different, when we deny our children with disabilities. As a department, we've established the National Emergency Response Team. That is our trauma-trained social workers and psychologists to provide 24-hour turnaround counseling to all the families under our Families Matters program. And we will be upscaling that program to make sure that it is far and wide and everybody knows about it. We also need as men to begin to hold each other accountable. Until men hold each other accountable, we are not going to make the progress. As said, I think the word gender-based violence make it sound too big in English. We need to call it by its real name. We have launched the WhatsApp line where we called out to men to reach out for help by sending the word BRAVE to 0800 150 150. We want to thank all the men because more than 28,000 men have called for help and they are aspiring to be champion men. And I think as South Africa, we need to also learn to forgive our perpetrators that have forgiven themselves. Because we have learned through HIV and AIDS that stigma in itself is a pandemic. I've been following the charts facilitators where we say Patrick Shai is why is he speaking? But it is only those that have walked the road that are able, when they reach out and are rehabilitated, that we need to utilize them to pull the others rather than calling them names and continuing to stigmatize them. As a nation, we have a lot of stigma. Stigma for drug users, stigma for this, stigma for that. And the stigma will continue to destroy and eat up this nation. So we need to look at the stigma. We need to actually hold the hand with the perpetrators to understand why they do the horrendous crimes that they are doing, so that we are able to put in place responsive programs, not just programs that we think are going to change South Africans, but programs that are actually in line with what is actually happening. The Men and Boys Championing Change program is actually showing us where the pain actually starts, where boys whom we are investing in as a department, as government, to make sure that the future of South Africa would have a different breed of men, are saying to us, our parents are hating us. We're not saying stay together, but we are saying get along so that we are able to survive. As I conclude, Chairperson, allow me to say, we have for the first time trained 8,950 traditional leaders on gender-based violence, so that when they sit in the tribal councils, they actually talk about something that they understand. And we are holding them accountable as a department to say, where they govern, they must declare and lead and say, not here. So that when they sit, they are able to lead and be champion men. We have launched the YOLO, Chomi, Families Matters, Zazi, Kimoja. All of these programs will never change the lives of South Africans unless we understand them. We've launched men's lounges, 17 of them. We've appointed male social workers to actually support men at the request of the men, and we hope this will make a difference. But above all, we will be opening 3 shelters in Gauteng, Free State, KZN for the LGBTIQ community, because they go through the same abuse as everybody else, if not more. We'll be making sure our shelters are disability friendly, including sign language interpreters, so that people with disabilities are able to get help. We'll be ensuring that our program, through our new cabinet-approved drug master plan and the victim empowerment support bill that has been approved and is on its way to Parliament, we hope Parliament will approve it faster so that it actually gives us more leverage to enable us. But the long and short of it is, enough is enough. South African women are tired. Our children are tired. Don't break our families, build them, South African men. Take your responsibilities, use the power you have positively. Sekwanele manje. Thank you very much.
Deputy Minister, I want to respond to your recommendation that perhaps we must change the name to this being violence against women. I want to express a slightly different view. I think the people who named it gender-based violence thought carefully about it, using evidence-based thinking, and you yourself now has just pointed that out, about people who, broadly speaking, would fall within the LGBTQ+ community, including in Cape Town, where I am right now, a dancer, choreographer, very well-known person, Fortuin, who was killed by a 14-year-old girl. That in fact, the violence is bad in and of itself, whoever it is applied against. That young boys, many of them vulnerable, abused by men and so on, is inappropriate, and we cannot now say theirs can hang on whilst we'll deal with one against women. Violence is inappropriate, it is wrong, generally speaking, and we are saying in this instance, the majority, of course, it is true, are women, and we must do everything in our power that we take out of the roots of this issue, violence wherever it is applied. We now coming to, unfortunately, because of the perhaps the management of the time, and this being the first of our online activity, so to speak, as the Men's Forum, we need to enter into discussions. But I think what it will mean, Datishai, is that we have almost 15 minutes, 10 of which are within what people may say, one or two things, and then we wrap up so that we follow it up soon. There is no question that this is the way to engage given COVID-19 and the lockdown. And so this is the sort of thing that we are going to have to work with in future, so that now that issues have been placed on the agenda, that they will be engaged thoughtfully throughout the period, that today will not be enough to be able to do that. So I'm putting it over to you, perhaps, as well as Dr. Kganyago, the chair of the things, so that when you pull things together around in the next remaining period, if we are to make our deadline, we create an opportunity for the next engagement. We appeal to all participants today that their input has been heard and will be made available, so that the next engagement is a definite follow-up on what has been said here today, and that we can go into it with more depth, discussions, and very little presentation, if any, on the basis that we have had this, except brief summaries of one or two things and so on. So I suppose that this would be the way to go across. But please, let's hear what you have to say there and so on. Yeah. You are the next on those issues here.
Thank you, my leader. I think, yes, let us open it up to a conversation, discussions. If a lot of presentations have been made, if you have a comment to make or a question, please make it brief, because we've got very little time. We're rushing towards meeting our target line. Now we open for discussions.
Just to facilitate it, we'll start with Ellen Malo.
Yes, no, I'll just before you proceed, let's say that we would like people to comment on the process. In other words, the next sessions and so on, and how we can take forward the Men's Forum idea as it has been happening. We have just migrated to online and digital stuff. So comment on the process, and then of course, recommendations for what to do as a way that will enable us to get to grips with the matters here. Thanks.
Aaron Numalo.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Kganyago. And let me say firstly, Happy Father's Day to all the men and fathers in the country. Let me observe all the protocol, specifically our esteemed and honorable Deputy Minister and the Deputy Speaker. To be quick and brief, there's two things that I want to highlight after such amazing presentations. In the fight against this GBV, there are two key elements that I need to highlight. Firstly is the political will by our political leaders to make sure and strengthen the fight against GBV. What do I mean by that? I mean, we don't see any, it only happens mostly after certain incidents that we have dialogues like this, or during the 16 days. We need to have a standing program that fights GBV across the nation. Then secondly is this, there's a very key element that needs to be taken care of, the training of police officers in the fight against GBV. I'm saying this because I have practically been involved in a situation whereby we were two cases that we went to report. I accompanied the victims to the police station, to our local police station. And the treatment that they're getting from the front desk from police officers deters people from reporting, both male and female. One of them was male and the other one was female in these separate cases. But the treatment that they got, that I witnessed personally, it then defeats all the efforts that the country is putting towards fighting GBV. So if there could be a standing program to train police officers, especially those that are found in the front desk, to handle their reports as they are reported, and not laugh at the victims or ridicule them or have them talk in public, because some of those things are sensitive. You cannot expect a victim to discuss all those things in the front desk. So with those maybe 2 comments, I'm saying thank you, and let's take this movement forward in the fight sternly against you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, colleagues. I'll be very short. I wanted to, firstly, I need to congratulate the organizing this. I want to make an input around the issue of people who were previously in conflict with the law. I think the Deputy Minister made it clear that the reintegration of men who were in conflict with the law in particular is very important to ensure that we are able to take this process forward. One of our proposals from the Northwest is that for this year, we should look at the model of restorative justice as a vehicle for integration of people who were perpetrators of GBV. I think other details, I will take them offline with the Secretariat. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Sello Mokwera.
This is Ngala.
Sello.
Hello? Can I speak?
Okay, please. Yes, speak.
I'm not sure if I'm recognized.
Yes, you can speak.
Not recognized.
Patrick,
Okay.
I also would like to be recognized.
Okay.
CCI.
Yeah.
Nadia, you're
So,
recognized.
Okay, thank you.
So with me, it's 1 or 2 things. One of them, the Deputy Minister Mokopane has mentioned of the issue of the traditional leaders, because I know the cases of some women that has been chased away in some areas, in rural areas, whereby they were owning the houses, and the indunas or the chiefs were saying they cannot let a woman own a house without a husband. You know, I know such cases, especially KZN. So that is one issue, and I'm not happy about it. Secondly, it's the issue of the role of the schools, because with me, I strongly feel that we need to teach our kids the subject, or rather the module of the conflict management. You know, that's what I strongly feel. How to resolve conflicts, because right now you find that there is bullying in schools, and there is also bullying in our own townships, you know, and it is a serious issue, and we need to be able to tackle it. And it should not also be a once-off issue, you know, the issue of the conflict resolution. We need to be having stages along with, which are going to take along with the grades that which a child is doing at school, so that they can be able to do good for those. And that's mainly what I'm strongly feeling. And one other thing is what has been mentioned, the issue of SAPS. I'm not happy with them, actually. I'm totally not happy. When it comes to handling the cases of rape, I'm just trying to echo what one other speaker has just mentioned on, and the experiences that which has happened. And at times you find that some men are not aware that what they are doing is considered violence, or rather it's because they think, because I haven't laid my hand, or rather put my hand on this woman, it's not violence, you know. But in other ways, but you find that it's like silent treatment, or rather the woman is not given money, denied, funding the money to feed the family. Like for instance, there are men. Let me make an example, quite example. I'm working, I'm earning 3.5. Then I'm giving my wife only 8,000 rand, for the rest of the month. And
I'm going to interrupt you. We can't afford lengthy input. There's quite a number of us on this platform, but we've taken your point. You can come in, ma'am, on the screen.
Claudia.
Okay, thank you very much to everyone. I would like to thank the deputy ministers, the ones I work very closely with, the one for social development and health, and greet everybody else who's on the call. I want to make a point around doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. For as many years as I can remember, the plans that we're talking about have been on the table for far too long. If you are doing the same thing, the same types of programs, the same approach for many years, and we don't see a different result, it is high time for us to go back to the drawing board and think of doing things differently. So what I want to put to all the fathers out there, being it's a Father's Day today, is go back home and reflect. Of all the plans that you have, of all the good strategies that you have, I'm challenging you to go and put it on the board and try and figure out what is it that is different this time. If you cannot count up to 5 different things on your plan, forget it. We need to do things differently. For 10 years, for 20 years, we've been talking about the same strategies, the same approaches. We are not seeing anything different. When I wake up and I see that an 8 months pregnant woman has been killed, it is personal. It is no longer business as usual. When I listen to the president and in his COVID-19 speech, he dedicates 3.5 pages to gender-based violence, it is no longer business as usual. So forgive us if we're not patient. We need to see action today. When it comes to femicide, women are being killed, we're not killing ourselves. Something is fundamentally wrong. We ran Brothers for Life for a good 5 years, in fact, more years than 5. Now we are saying to ourselves, what did we do wrong? We didn't do anything wrong, but we're thinking, what can we do differently? And rather than now targeting them at 18 years, which is very late, we are now going as low as 5 years old. We're saying at 5 years, we should be teaching you how to be a responsible citizen. We should be teaching you how to treat another girl in your class well, no bullying. So when we teach them at that young age, by the time they reach 10 years, they reach 18 years, they are already socialized in the way they should be living with other fellow citizens. When you target them at 20, 21, those are already young men. They're already making babies of them for themselves. So it is rather a little bit late. So I'm challenging each and every father on this call today, go home and reflect what you have on the table as the action to protect women and children. Is there anything you're doing differently? If everything is the same as you're doing it the past 10 years, we need to think again. Thank you.
Thank you. Sia, Non Tamo, please unmute and come in, followed by Bonga Jezile. Sia, please come in immediately.
Right. Thank you.
And
thank
be
you,
short,
Chair.
very brief.
Yeah, I'll be very brief. Thank you, Chair. It is very saddening to mark that there were measures set aside to combat the gender-based violence, but seem ineffective and non-existent. Our sisters and relatives are dying in the hands of dangerous perpetrators. My biggest question is, what else should these perpetrators commit to deserve harsher sentences? I haven't called for death penalty yet, but something similar would be helpful. I beg to differ with the minister when saying that this, at the end of the rehabilitation of these perpetrators, we need to shake hands to say what you've done was wrong. We need to set the record straight. If you have killed a human, remember that one of the fundamental rights of a human being is to live. You have taken someone else's life and you beg us to embrace yours. That is out of order. We need to set the record straight like the previous caller to say, let us ensure and enforce that the law is taking its own course and harshly. I thank you.
Bonga Jezile, quickly unmute, quickly come in.
Thank you, Ntate Khanag. Mandibulisa kotata bonke. I think to all the strategies that are there, how about we try to have more sessions, Zamadoda, in a workplace, both public and private, because seemingly Amadoda are very angry and they don't have a place to discuss their issues. Therefore, if we can have, it should be a must in every workplace to have once or twice in a month to have a sessions for all the men to sit down and discuss and reflect so that they can try to bottle out whatever that is an issue. Otherwise, men are angry, and I think less of the platforms for them to sit down and discuss is what is needed. Thank you very much.
Samsung Galaxy S7 come in, followed by Rev Saki.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Can you hear me?
Loud
Can you hear
and
me,
clear.
sir? Okay,
Please
thanks.
come in.
Yeah, Chair, I'm just saying that justice delayed is justice denied. Our criminal justice system is not coming to a play here because we have got cases that are reported and they take time for them to be resolved. I think we need to have a system where we can be able to trace the cases that are reported as GBV, as we have said that this should be labeled as genocide or either the second pandemic. But the action from the criminal justice system as well has to assist and support the victims of GBV. And by that, I'm saying that we need to have a tracking system where these cases are then, the turnaround times of these cases then can be facilitated and sped up. Thank you very much.
Rafsaki.
Thank you, Doctor. My point of contribution is to add on what the Deputy Minister said about the shelters. It is very important that, Deputy Minister, these shelters are established as soon as possible, because we've got a challenge also in terms of LGBTI community, where we fathers, we disown our own children. We have fathered them, and I'm challenged, me as one of the leaders in men's sector, where I'm staying, a lot of LGBTI communities, the fathers are disowning them. They've got no place to stay. And I think it will be good that the shelters are established so that the issue of femicides and gender-based violence can be eradicated. And also I want to concur with the previous lady about it is time to look at ourselves. The toxic men who are talking bad characters about women, we need to disown them. Thank you, Doctor.
Adam Ndope, followed by Hawaii Y9. Adam.
Oh, good day, and thank you very much, and happy Father's Day to all the fathers and the Deputy Speaker, the Deputy Minister, and you, our Deputy Chair, and our Secretary for Masonic. I want to add to add what the Deputy Speaker said about changing the name of gender-based violence, because when we do that, it means that we are sidelining the men that are being abused, because again, with the people who are saying that the people who were perpetrators, if they come back and rehabilitated, we said that we align them, we alienate them. It's not good, because you'll never know what is the cause of this. And people are very angry. They need to be rehabilitated. We need to cancel those people so that we move forward. And again, there are those programs that are being mentioned that they've been there for years. The only problem is those programs, they're being put into action in certain areas, in pockets, and they don't cover all the areas. But if these programs are there and they are really implemented all over the country, we can come and say, no, now we need to change. So that is my contribution, that whatever is there, let's make sure that it's really covering the whole area. And also about that name, that let us leave it as gender-based violence. Any violence against any gender, we say away with it. Thank you.
Mr. Tau Muchapin, followed by Chawi.
Good day. My contribution is that as men, we really need to start contributing to our families, because violence starts at home, violence starts within our families, and there's also a big gap between the parents and from us as the fathers and the children. So we need to narrow the gap by starting to participate and also to encourage our growing boys to become a good example or good role models in the future. That is by us being positive role models, whereby there will be a change in the society, and there will be a behavioral change on men generally. So we really need to work hard as men through campaigns that actually starts within the family, that starts within the household. And yes, thank you.
Chawe, followed by Sandile Ngiba.
Mandibulise kubo bonke abantu abalapha ngaphakathi. You know, mna endiphazamisayo kuyo yonke lento is that ngexesha loba omkhulu ibingekho besingekho ezinto bezimbalwa uba bezisenzeka because sasithatha isigqibo ngabantu abadala. Thina la madoda akhoyo ngoku sinayo ingxaki and afuneka sibalekele, kuyafiwa ngabafazi and ukufiwa njengabafazi akho action esiyithathayo thina. Afuneka sibalekele, kuyafiwa ngabafazi. Isicelo sam madoda, isicelo sam ezi ncoko azinawunceda kungekho action ethathwayo from our societies. Ingamadoda from i-society including amapolisa. Sine-crisis enkulu apha, amapolisa angafuni usebenza, anayo i-impact kule nto yokubhubha kwamanini. Kudingeka uba sihlaleni phantsi siphakameni. Undoda ingonqeni ukhupha into ngomlomo ithi urongo mfondini, because into esenzayo siyahlekana apha xa indoda ibalisa into embi eyenzileyo. Uyiqume indoda ngokwakho, agqiba ngomso uzibiza uba uyindoda. Ndiyacela mani makhe kube ku-action. Umama uClaudia logqibothetha apha ngoku uthethe into enkulu kakhulu nyhani uba ukuba sizawusoloko sincokela into enye each and every after 5 years ayizohamba le nto yenziwayo apha. Oomama uba bakhe baphakama iyacaca ifuthe labo. Thina singamadoda siyathula and it's a problem. Makhe siphakameni bantu bakuthi khawukubonakala uba uyindoda yamanyani, khawukubonakala kwisociety yakho ngokunqanda into engeyiyo, uyikhuphe ngomlomo ungahlala endlini. Kubi ngoku and akudingeki bantu abangamaciko ezifowunini. Masiphumeni ngaphandle senze izinto kwiindawo esiphila kuzo sizobonakala into yoba le nto siyifuni le. Ngoku asikho ntshukumo ingako esenzayo because akho mntu ufuna ubonakala esithi hayi bani. Enkosi.
Thank you. Sandile Ngiba, followed by Nkosi Khona Mpungose. Sandile.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you very much for this wonderful opportunity on this day. Happy Father's Day to all fathers. I'm thinking here, say, about the role which religious communities can play in this. Umama correctly called it a pandemic of femicide and gender-based violence. As churches, we are in a very strategic position in terms of our messaging. We should use the already existing formations like Amadotana, Men's League, and all the other male leagues within churches to change the message, because I think, for starters, religion has contributed a great deal to our attitudes and the way things are today by demeaning women and elevating men. But I think the messaging should change already within churches and religious structures so that men are seen as partners in liberating women, and the messages in churches should move from being a patriarchal messages into an inclusive messages where women and their role are recognized fully, and men in churches begin to live what they preach. So therefore, for me, the church and religious communities are partly responsible for the damage and should be the ones leading the way to remedy the situation, putting correct messages of equality, messages of justice, messages of reconciliation, messages of responsibilities, messages of positive masculinity, so that we fight this as a church, and definitely our contribution as religious organizations will be much more effective. I thank you.
Nkosi Khona, followed by Peter Matebula, then followed by Precious Robinson. Very briefly, Nkosi Khona.
Thank you, facilitate, and greetings to all men and women that are part of this forum. Good people, I think there is a great need of having a visibility of men at community level. I'm saying this because we do have SANEC Pezulu, and then coming down to province and district. But I think we have a big duty as men, especially in society, to start having this kind of conversation. Kuma ward level, I'm a street committee. I think by having a street commitment that reports to a ward can maybe change something, because it's high time we leave Ukhulume Mafonini and then go to a field. Again, it's not easy to go to a field if men are not well equipped and men are not mobilized. I think we need to have those good structures, which is easy even for the message to come from top going down or coming from bottom going up, so that we speak in one voice as a society, or as a changed man, or as people that are fighting to build this safe environment for everyone to live in. But previous ethic, we shouldn't ignore the fact that out there who are bleeding, and in that instant they bleed, and they also are fathering young boys growing. And if those men are ignored, they will cripple society, because labafana bakulayo being fathered by a bleeding man, they are also building a very crippled boy who's going to grow up being an angry man, because ukhuliswe anger and ayekite positive now. So having systems that allows a man again to be rehabilitated again, empowered, could actually give us a way forward to start building a better nation with that. Yep.
Peter Matebula, followed by Precious Robinson, followed by Hawaii Y9 Prime 2019. Peter Matebula. Peter, if you don't come in, we're going to move. Okay, Peter, we can hear you. Precious Robinson.
Okay, thank you very much, and happy Father's Day to the fathers that are dedicated out there. Mine is very short. I think a lot has been said with regards to what needs to be done to rehabilitate men, which I think for me, it's way too out of order, because when we rehabilitate a person, it means we wait for this person to rape or to kill before we can rehabilitate. I think South Africa must now move towards a preventative intervention, whereby we look at a family as a support system. We all know that in this country, we have got so many broken families. We have got so many families where children are child-headed, and they are sort of abused from that age. We also don't see in the system a system whereby when a child is at school and is showing some signs of depression or is being bullied or what, there is proper rehabilitation to ensure that psychologically this child does not harbor anger. What happens in our early childhood development centers? We've got social workers, we've got psychologists, but what do we use them for? Or are they even enough for them to be able to reach out to those families that we are talking about? We talk about pockets of incidences, but there's a lot that is happening out there. So I would appeal to this forum to go back and look. There's somebody who talked about us doing it from family and community at a world-based level. That is the approach, whereby each and every family and its manners and its behavior are observed and are being assisted directly in a targeted manner. These things of us of waiting for when there is a Father's Day or there's the week for celebrating gender-based, it's not gonna help us. Let this country go back and look at what is it that the family needs to socialize and bring children. It doesn't matter whether there's a father or not, but if society at large is contributing to that family, we'll have a morally good generation. And the last bit is, can we go back and focus on, at schools in the morning, we used to have assemblies. I grew up a broken child, but it's through the prayers and everything that the principal was doing or the teachers praying that I became a change person. And I think it can still work. Churches are out there. Let them not be money-making scheme, but let them contribute to the needs of society out there. Thank you.
Facilitator Brapet, I'm going to call 4 names and then hand it back over to you to give guidance if we should continue or wrap up. So this will be followed by Hawaii, Y9, Prime 19, then Tabo, and then Fundisile, and then Mpamba. After those names, Brapet, please give us guidance, given that it's now 2:10.
All right. Yes, sir.
Happy Father's Day to everyone, all the fathers. Greetings to honorable speakers, MEC of Social Development, Bishop Bernard, Executive Council member in MRM here in eThekwini under the leadership of Bishop Bekempi Mkunu. I just have a comment and then a suggestion. My comment is regarding gender-based violence and what has been happening lately. I see the lockdown has been an eye-opener for us. As it was mentioned that it was a breathing ground, you know, for what has happened, to the increase of gender-based violence. Now, you know, it's the same as COVID-19. We can't identify what the disease is, so we can't find it. So my suggestion is that we need to take a stats and to find out what age group is actually killing. We need to find out, do some research and investigate under what age group is the killings taking place. That's number one. And number two is for us to put a task team together in each province and use that task team to connect with the municipal structures and with the existing structures, with the religious community, and connect to the families that are directly involved in gender-based violence. Thank you. God bless.
I think the next speaker, if I'm not mistaken, was Tabo, followed by Fundisile. Okay, Fundisile. Please unmute. Nkumenge. Fundisile. Okay.
Thanks a lot, Director. A lot has been said here already. I think I concur the gentleman who spoke earlier.
Your TV is disrupting. We'll come back to you.
I think we need more action ground level.
The sound is very bad.
Well, in our township,
Kanaga, the sound is very bad.
Yeah. Sorry, sir. So your TV is giving an echo. We'll come back to you. So while you switch off your TV, can we go to Ntimbwe Mpamba? And please, if you've got your TV on, switch it off. Ntimbwe?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Please
yes. First I want to greet everybody to say thank you for this opportunity. And I'm very excited to be given an opportunity to share. I mean, as much as we all want to say what we can, it all comes to one thing to say, what are we doing as a collective? We need to start doing things as a pair, not as one to say it's a girl side or boy side, or female side or male side. And I, on a personal view, I'll just share this, okay? I wrote this, okay? It's the challenge that became the challenger. If you adapt the situation, you become bold to have the courage to build the attitude that gives you the knowledge, the skill of understanding, which is the 180. But for you to accomplish, you have to understand that when you've understood the situation, your attitude changes to altitude. Skill, you become skilled. Knowledge, you become knowledgeable. From being courage, you become courageous. Having bold, you become boldness. And you become the adapter to allow the other person to give you that stance in society. So we need to go back to the strategies, and I will send this on the group or via email. I shall share my email on the platform. Thank you very much, and I hope we all got the message.
Thanks, Fundisile. Come back in.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Sorry for that, guys. What I was trying to say was that the speaker who spoke earlier, that we need more action on the ground, where we don't do talking over this screen and get involved with the boys right at the ground level. I work in a school. I've experienced this on a daily basis. Like the speaker who spoke earlier, that the boys now that have been raised, they come from one parent headed homes where they're headed by mothers. There are absent fathers out there. So we need in our communities to have a program where we have men who adopt boys so they can guide these boys. There are no values in our communities. You know, boys, there are no role models anymore. In the townships, the boys, the person they look up to is those boys, is the people who are doing crime. You know, the educated person are not looked up to by these kids. So we need to change the way we think right at the society, right at ground level. So my suggestion is that, like we are trying to do here in the Western Cape as Ahmad Dumisa, a traditional structure here, is to get into schools where we try to bring men from the outside, try to work with the schools. In a case here where we are Xhosa people, before the boys go to the traditional right of being a man, that they are taught the values of what it means being a man, so that they can learn this from a very young age. Not to come and think that a man who's 25-year-old already, who has experience life, will try to change how they see things or how they do things. So we need to go back to schools, get the churches involved, get every man on the ground to play part. Because coming and speaking here using this good language does not really help at ground level. The problem is back at home where there are no fathers. Then we as men out there, we need to adopt those kids or those boys who are from the families that are headed by mothers. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Prapet, there's only 4 more hands. I'm not sure if you want me to continue. Please give me some guidance. There's only 4 more hands. Okay, Prapet, while you're unmuting, maybe Ephraim Aseko.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Nyavagala.
Yes.
Yes, yeah. My name is Ephraim. At Malahleni. Ngiyezwa abobaba la sikhulumile kakhulu nge-gender based violence.
Ask somebody to speak it.
Lokunengi kwakhona ku-gender based violence icala vele emakhaya. Ngoba nasemakhaya sibantwana bebafana siyakhethwa, siyahlukaniswa thina. Labanye baphumelele kahle, labanye abakaphumeleli kahle kunakwabona. Icala lapho i-gender based violence. So kakhulu mina ngikubukile ngibuka ukuthi kithi thina bobaba lesebakhula khulile. Namathuba lesinye isikhathi asizange siwathole ngokwanele. Kungaba njani uma mangabe kungaba khona inhlangano lebukelela kusitakala kwabobabe ngoba ngibo lebathwele imithwalo yasemakhaya ukuze bakhone ukuphungula indleko zabo babambile emakhaya. Bona ukuthi bakhone ukuthi thuthukisa bona njengabobabe. Kuyafuneka ukuthi nako lokho sikubuke ukuthi bobabe labahleli khona emakhaya bona bayakhona kusitakala ngempilo yini na. Ngiyabonga kakhulu.
Sibongile kakhulu ba. Prapet, please can I get guidance from yourself? We've got Peter Matebula, Tabom, and Swele Sana, and Commissioner Sidiko. Must we take those as the last hands?
Can I propose that we do without undermining the facilitators, Matume?
Okay, so without further delay, Peter Mathebula, please, very shortly, and then the last hand is going to be Commissioner Sidiko, in between Thabo and Sana. So Peter, please, very shortly.
Thank you so much, Chair, and afternoon, everyone. First, my proposal is that we need to start having a strategy of mobilizing all organizations in all provinces according to the way they work, according to their strategies or activities that they're doing in the ground. And then secondly, we need to also start by having camps, as much as DM has already mentioned that there will be launches that are already launched in other places, but we need classes where men will go in and get lectured and mold in their doings or deeds that they are doing each and every day in terms of gender-based violence. Because at the end of the day, no matter we can talk and talk, if we don't deal with the root cause of the issue, we won't sort out the challenge that we are facing. So we need classes where men will go, as much as we do have now male social workers, so that men can be rehabilitated in their own spaces, according to their own way, where they will be feeling comfortable to and at least say what is the problem that they're facing. I thank you.
Thank you. Thabo, come in, unmute. While Thabo is unmuting, Sana, you can come in. Mutsuso.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Thabo, come in.
Yes.
I'm not sure if it's only me, Thabo. Yeah, please.
Can you hear me?
Please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Thabo.
Please come in. Just speak.
Can you hear me?
Thabo, please. We can hear you. Thabo, speak. We can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Thabo, we can
Thabo,
hear
can
you.
you-
Please come in.
Hello.
Thabo? Okay.
Can you hear
Thabo,
me?
yes, Thabo, we can hear you. Please come in.
Hello.
Okay. Thabo, we'll come back to you.
Hello.
Yeah, we'll come back to you, Thabo. Sana,
Okay.
you can unmute. Okay, while Sana is unmuting, Commissioner, please come in. The gentleman,
Hello.
the two gentlemen, we've noted your hand was up. iPhone, you'll also come in. We've noted you, sir.
Thank you, facilitator. I think there are two
Hello.
key institutions that we should confront as men. One is religious institutions. Two is traditional institutions. These two key institutions, in their own practices, perpetuate gender-based violences. So as men, because most of these two institutions are led by men. So if we want to win the fight against gender-based violence, the first thing that we should do is to confront these two institutions within our communities, the churches and the traditional authorities. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Gentlemen in the iPhone, you raised your hand. Please unmute. I think you
Can
are
I
with, there's two of you on the screen. Unmute, yes, and come in.
Yes, Mr. Matume, can I talk, please?
Yeah, you'll talk after unmute. Yes.
Yes,
come
yes,
in.
my leader. How are you?
Good on you.
Good. Yes, my leader. How are you? Can you
Yes,
hear
come
me?
in.
Can I? Yes, I do. Can you hear me, my leader?
Please
yes,
speak.
I do.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, I do
Yes.
hear you.
Actually, I'm
Please
the chairperson of the men's sector. I think. I just want to ask where him who has assaulted a woman, but this victim has been running around. The police they only arrested him for 2 days. After that, he was released out of prison, out of jail, on Monday morning at 6 o'clock in the morning. So he has been threatening this woman each and every day. But now the police, they are not doing their job. So we want to find out that what can we do to stop this, because the police themselves is like they're enjoying this gender-based violence that is happening to women. Thank you.
Thank you, Thabo. Thabo, we can hear you. Yes. Please come in and then we'll wrap up. You're the last person, Thabo.
Yes, please. Can Thabo be the last person, Matume?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Thabo, we can hear you. Please just
Hello?
speak. Okay, I think Thabo is struggling with the technology. We'll hand over back to you, Brapet. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Matume, for facilitating the discussion. And thank you for all the contributions made. This is quite a robust conversation. We are at a point at which now I'm going to talk to the Ubuhlanti Men's Dialogue launch. But first, maybe I should also, preface my discussion, my presentation with, change is pain. Change is very painful. People who did not go through what I went through, they don't know what it is that they are dealing with. I'm one of the people that almost committed suicide during the lockdown. And thanks to the interventions of the Deputy Minister and Dr. Kanaka and Dr. Jasi and Takwane Rime and in its entirety as the Men's Forum. And it was simply because we do not speak as Banna. And as a changed person, you forever, you remain guilty for the rest of your life. Almost by confessing your sins, it's like you take away your right to speak. And this is perhaps one of the challenges that we are faced with in our campaigns. Therefore, in fighting gender-based violence, we have had to look at the role of television. And I say this, television, the role of television is to change societal behavior, promote dignity, respect, and social gender justice. Television must remove the stigmatization of those who have spoken out. It must create a platform for healing and reconciliation conversations for broken families. Television programming must give hope where there is no hope and promote restoration of families. We recognize the power of television, that it cannot be ignored, but it calls on us to also look at the content, the messaging, and as seen through our campaigns, the television programs and name calling. In all of our campaigns, we've seen how toxic they can be. We say things in public podiums and they are received not so well in private sectors, in private relationships. We are not cognizant of the fact that gender-based violence and domestic violence are very intimate by their nature, and things that happen there, we do not understand. So we need to, take out the anger, you cannot take war to war. You need to take peace to a war so you can, the derivatives thereof could be peace. And it is for this reason that in our search for solutions, we agreed that we need a new platform, to engage society and in particular, men and young boys through an engaging television program. And this conversation took place. Takwane Rime Social Development Men's Forum, SA Men's Awards, and Soweto TV have come together in developing a concept of ensuring discussion forums through TV talk show. The show that will focus on vast social issues in respect of gender-based violence, men's rights, positive male role models, men's health, boy child, and government interventions in ensuring a peaceful place for women and all other vulnerable societies. So this is the program that we are proposing. And we are launching it today, in fact, because the Department of Social Development has already committed and Soweto TV has already committed to creating this platform where men can ventilate. It does not help us to keep marching. It does not help us to act and light candles after the fact. We need to be able to allow Maji Daddy Owens to speak out, to make sure that the perpetuation of gender-based violence is arrested before it is committed. And so we are saying the program that we are proposing is called Ubuhlanti. And it recognizes that men in South Africa are faced with an unexpected and rather unpleasant situation of having to find itself operating under difficult conditions, the COVID, let alone the fact that gender-based violence and femicide has been undercover every day of our lives. In context, Takwani Rime Social Development Men's Forum, SA Men's Forum, Soweto TV have come together in developing a concept of ensuring that we do have a television show that will somehow answer some of the questions that have been tabled in these conversations today. And it is our hope that all the participants who took place in this dialogue will support this initiative. We're going to need a lot. The Department of, the Men's, I say Men's Award, they've committed already an amount to the tune of 500,000 rands to the program. It is not enough. It's just a drop in the ocean. So we are requesting anyone who is committed and who is passionate about arresting gender-based violence to come and partner with us. The departments that are taking place today here in these conversations, the businesses. My belief as a reformed perpetrator who's now doing advocacy work is that if you rehabilitate one man, you will have saved the lives of close to 20 women in his life. And you'll have created a safe environment for his house, his children, and his wife. You would have created a platform or an environment from which there would be no violence. It is for this reason that we want to make sure that this television program, which we will use all social media platforms to advocate for the values that we stand for social justice, that men will be able to speak out. I am looking forward to South Africa in the next 5 years, if not 3 years, where we'll have more men who come out and say, I have changed. I accept that I've done wrong and I'm committing myself to changing. And it is through this television that we are going to do so. We are cognizant of how, in South Africa, toxic television has come out, where, the projection of Black people, it's in the negative. How content is used, it's in the negative. It does not help. It just, ferment the toxicity in relationships. And then they have to come out and fight. So please join us, support us in this new initiative. It's a groundbreaking television program that we're coming up with. And we want to thank Soweto TV for hearing us. We want to thank the social development for hearing us. And Deputy Minister, it is my hope that you are embracing this new initiative where men are going to speak. It will be anecdotal in its approach. It is research-based, because at the moment we're clutching at straws as to this is the problem and this is the problem. Let the men speak through Ubuhlanti. I thank you. And if there are any questions, we will take maybe 3-4 questions on this proposal. The TV program that we are talking to and about. Ndate Matume, can we take 3 questions on that or 4 questions?
I don't see hands at the moment. If anyone can just unmute and come in. Hello? Can you hear me? I'm not sure if I'm audible from my side.
Yes,
Okay, good.
Matume,
Yeah,
you are very
don't go.
audible.
Okay. Yes,
Can I just make a proposal
Please.
to Gadeshai?
Okay.
The proposal, because the program is being launched, can we go to what the Deputy Speaker proposed?
Sorry, DM, to disturb you.
Minister, there are
People have
talking.
unmuted.
Mute their mics, please. Colleagues, there are people talking with their mics open. Can we get muted so we can hear the Deputy Minister?
Okay, thanks, DM.
No, I was saying, yes, for us as social development, we remain committed that men must start taking responsibility. I wanted to say, can we take the proposal made by the Deputy Speaker that the program that Shai that we are launching, that we give men time to think about it, that we circulate it, instead of us taking questions, Matume and Shai, if you allow me, that we actually make sure that it's transmitted the way we deal with the men championing change and through all of the platforms, Matume. Because what is important for us is that we don't want a program that men would not understand. So let's give them time. You've introduced the program, you've given the background. Let's let the documentation and the discussions flow into the men's forums. And then when we meet again, which we commit, we're gonna make sure that happens as we did today, that we start with men expressing themselves, because we don't want another $99 and all the nonsense that our children are exposed to or on TV. We want men that are going to actually be able to get us to where we need to get, which is healing.
Thanks, DM. Back to you.
Thank you, DM. I think it is noted. We shall indeed do so. At the moment, I think we'll go for a way forward. Dr. Matume Kanaka, can you take us through a way forward?
Thank you very much, colleagues. Just once again, we'd like to really appreciate all those who have joined us on the platform. Maybe as a form of just an acknowledgement, DM, you would acknowledge that, you know, this meeting was attended by probably, you know, well more than 150 participants at some point. So I'm just going to ask the administrators to continue muting. Thanks, colleagues. And you know, we've done exceptionally well. And I'm raising that because you know, sometimes when one or two individuals causes a disruption. Bonga, Jazile, please mute yourself. But colleagues at the back, please assist. So when one or two people, you know, violate the space, and we've seen through media that, you know, on a Zoom platform, a particular individual disrupted this meeting, government, that was public. And then a whole South Africans are disadvantaged because now it starts being about secret passwords. And now because of one or two delinquents, we punish the nation. And we deliberately, Deputy Minister, as the men's movement, through the Taekwondo men's movement, we said we are not going to be threatened by a few and disadvantage the majority. And we'll keep on going forward to make sure that, you know, we get men to engage openly and honestly. We did not even vet the participants here because we don't believe in such. We need honest conversations. We need to open our platforms and have very robust conversations with each other because we understand that for us to deal with serious matters like GBV, one of the key instruments that we have is dialogue. And in the absence of us being able to dialogue and engage with each other, we are going to find it increasingly difficult for us to truly reach out to as many men as possible. So it becomes very important for us to make sure that access is very important. Having said that, I think the critical issue that was raised was about us going to the grassroots. And we want to call on every man to be a champion in their street. That's where it begins. And through our program of street champions of Takwani Reme, we want to make sure that every household has a man who takes up a personal responsibility of being at the forefront of making sure that we transform the society through our street championing program. And of course, as Men of South Africa, we'll continue with our campaigns from the No Excuse campaign, Not in My Name campaign, and the various other campaigns that we initiated, and those that come and will support campaigns that are started by the LGBTI community, by women, and make sure that we are allies and listen as well as men to how we should be allies, not only impose ourselves within the spaces. It's very important, but we will also champion the very campaigns that we've initiated and make sure that we take responsibility of bringing those campaigns not only to life, but to be sustainable. And another part that's very important is the implementation and cooperation of social behavioral change program, where Stakwani Rime will make sure that we continue to engage and work in collaboration with civil society, government, and business community to partner in cooperation in order to address the scourge that plagues our nation. We will work in hand in developing and exploring synergies that can lead to a response around gender-based violence through programs that speak particularly to social behavioral change. And most importantly, and it was raised very sharply, to ensure that our programs are not just haphazard or reactionary or sporadic or sparse. Through our men's parliament, which parliament has been a very important partner in that regard, we will make sure that we institutionalize a responsive men's movement by making sure that through the local men's parliament, which we foresee instituting from next year, we have sittings that are regular in that regard. Can somebody please mute Peter Matebula, colleagues? Thank you. So through our men's parliament, we will make sure that we institute a responsive men's movement and making sure that we take it
you're coming soft.
Okay, sorry about that. Let me just come a bit closer to the mic. So through the men's parliaments, which we have instituted from 2017, we will strengthen that process by instituting local men's parliament in all the 226 local municipalities. Please, as men, go to your offices of the mayors, go to the offices of the speakers, and introduce to them that you want to partner with those offices as men where you stay, and ensure that we institute this men's parliament so that we sustain our programs. It is not just reactionary. We've already launched district men's parliaments. So far, we've launched about 23 districts. Just yesterday, we were having the second district men's parliament in Garden Route. Despite COVID, we went virtual and we had a very successful Garden Route district men's parliament led by the speaker and the mayor. And we want to make sure that the remaining 21 or so, the remaining districts, sorry, about the 19, we make sure that we launch. So we are going to be undertaking that process to make sure that by end of August, we've launched all 52 districts in the country so that we sustain the process of district and local men's parliaments. And 4 times a year, we expect sittings to take place where men engage within their localities. And then once every year, colleagues will be going to the provinces for the provincial men's parliaments led by the mayors, the speaker and the premiers in all the 9 provinces of the country, and making sure that we convene men to engage on issues that affect us, public participation, take accountability, but also make sure that we observe and take into account the various rules of rule of law and programs that we must put in place to respond. And then once every 2 years, we will go to the National Men's Parliament and meet as men of this country. We've already been to Parliament to launch in 2018. Once every 2 years, means that this year we're going back again to the National Men's Parliament, where we will account as men to South Africans to say, since we launched in 2018, how far are we with our program of action? Looking at the empirical data, looking at what women, what children, what the the community has to say, the gender non-conforming community and people have to say, in terms of our transformation and coming to the party in resolving. But we don't just look at issues of gender-based violence in our men's parliament. We address the issue of socioeconomic development, issues of poverty, inequality, unemployment, issues of men's health, mental health, general well-being of society, and broader issues that affect communities. So as a way forward, let us meet at the men's parliaments, but of course, we'll continue to utilize this platform and make sure that we call regular scheduled Zoom or virtual meetings where we will engage and link up with our partners in the media. We'd really like to thank Parliament for being a friend of the men's sector, making sure that we can reach more people by coming on board. And we really want to give a great deal of acknowledgement to the Department of Social Development, particularly Deputy Minister Henrietta Bokgopane-Zulu. Our program is based on social behavioral change. So while we acknowledge the support of other departments, we want to make sure that we change behavior and society ultimately. Hence, the Department of Social Development is central to this process. And lastly, but certainly not least, we'd like to acknowledge the presidency through the Office of the Deputy President, who is the patron of the Takwanere Men's Movement, and of course, the men of South Africa who have come on board through the Takwanere Men's Movement to form part of a collective that is seeking to improve ourselves. We don't come here because we are perfect. We don't come here because we are the good ones. We come here because we want to be better than yesterday. We want tomorrow to be better than today. And we want to make sure that we move forward by being better men every step of the way, but making sure that we leave no one behind. In those words, I'd like to thank you. And of course, the Deputy Speaker and the Co-Chair for facilitating this program. Thank you very much.
You left out two important events, Matume.
Please assist me, dear.
You left out the two boys assemblies that are outstanding that we need to launch, the provinces that are outstanding for the boys assemblies.
Oh, yes.
Thank you very much.
On that note, colleagues, our program is based on moving with the boy child. Since 2018, we launched the Boys Championing Change program, and we engaged boys and they engaged us in terms of what do they want. And they made it very clear, raised many of the issues that were raised today, but critically about our relationship, that it was insufficient, the relationship between the men and the boy child of South Africa. And since then, we've decided to institutionalize through our programs, our relationship. As we are having men's parliament, we support the program of the National Boys Assemblies that is parallel but joined with the men's parliaments. We launched in 2018 at national. Then the following year, in 2019, we went to all the provinces, and we've got a few outstanding provinces that were disrupted by COVID. But of course, we will make sure that through the boys' assemblies and a program that we call Boys Championing Change, which is also aligned to the Men Championing Change program, we work together with the boy children to transform not only ourselves, but make sure that we build a better society going forward in the near future, so that we don't see the same repetition. So we will be instituting the boys' assemblies, and we are looking at taking that program from province, once we've completed, to districts, so that the same way that we've got district men's parliaments, we've got district boys' assemblies, so that we move together with the boy children as men of South Africa. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Dr. Kanaka. I think we're getting to the last point now. We're going to call upon Reverend Nkosinathi Kecha, the YMG National President, to give the closing remarks. And before he can come on, I'd like to thank all of you for having made it possible for me and the Honorable Lechisa to facilitate the program. I want to reiterate that change is pain. We're not going to get through this without the pain, but I remain resolute in the values that I now stand for, of no violence against women and children, including violence against men. But I stand resolute, and I shall not be apologetic for having changed. I am happy with the position that I've taken. I am hurt by my past, but I cannot live in my yesterday. Rather, I would continue to work on correcting my yesterday so I can become a better person today and tomorrow. Closing remarks, that Reverend Nkosinathi Kecha, YMGA. Thank you very much for
Thank you, Prophet. I'm Reverend Kosnati Keja. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can hear you.
I'm Reverend Kosnati Keja. I represent an organization called YMG, or Young Men's Guild, commonly known as Amadodana, which covers 6 countries: South Africa, Lesotho, Botswana, Mozambique, Namibia, and Swaziland. We see ourselves as partners in the men's sector and being part of the solution. But part of my closing remarks is to remind us that language is critical in how we use it in terms of changing the psyche of men. When we speak of fathers, we must always be critical of the fact that fatherhood is not getting a child. It's not about biology, but fatherhood also includes the ones that take care of other people. And I think we've shifted from a broader understanding of what fatherhood is about. We have come to think of the narrow definition that a father is the one who begets a child. And by so doing, we exclude even men that cannot give birth to children, because we've come to define fatherhood as something that is done about biology only. And I think if you read the book called The State of South African Men, which was published in 2018, they say that fatherhood can also be ascribed. And that is consistent with our understanding of in Africa, that fatherhood is not just about the children that I've given birth to. I can be a father to the children of my sister as Umalume. And I think as part of us being in Africa, let us reclaim the space and the language of being true Africans. And lastly, as I appreciate today's discussion, the word father comes from pater in Italian, and it influences 2 words in English, one being pattern and the other one being patron, meaning that inherent with being a father, you are a pattern, something worthy to be imitated. And this is a call to all South African men of faith, that we become something that our young boys and young children can be imitating. And above all, we know that a patron is someone who protects and someone who supports. Are we there to support our children, our daughters, our friends? Are we there to defend their cause? And therefore, I see this platform as the one that says we are here to protect, we are here to support. But above all, to say that we have an obligation to win one another, and that so that men can be partners in changing the society. Language is like saying we should confront X, Y, Z are violent in nature. We must desist from some languages. And I want to say forward with the attempts of men to be part of the solution in South African problems. I thank you, sir.
Thank you, Reverend. I stand to be guided. I think we've arrived at the end of our program today. Maybe I should give to the Deputy Minister, to Hopani, just to close officially.
I had thought Ntate Lechisa will make a few remarks.
Oh, Ntate Lechisa sentenality. Sorry, my honorable Ntate Lechisa. Ntate Lechisa, if you are there, can you give us the closing remarks?
Yeah, no, he had apologized. I think it's
Okay. Okay. Can we give to just a few minutes to Honorable Lucas to just 1-2 minutes?
Thank you very much. Since the time is already past, I will not take a lot of your time. I just want to appreciate the initiative that was taken to actually convene this event. I think we need to speak more, but we also need to do more. So with that, I really want to appreciate those that are responsible for the event. And I also want to wish you all the best and all the strength with whatever deliberations will take place forward, and also with the actions. And we hope that we will really at the end be able to at least begin to curb the spread of the gender-based violence, particularly as we are seeing it now unfolding within the country, within South Africa, within SADC. And I think it is necessary that we, or you as men, particularly fathers, must do more to make sure that a better community, better fathers, better sons is very important. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to all the fathers, the uncles, the mkulus that joined us for today. We're very grateful. We stand saying that within the gender-based violence, if we're not changing the name, we must elevate sectoral specific crimes. That will assist South Africa.
We seem to have lost the deputy.
You are on
minister.
mute, DM.
Thank you. Somebody muted me in the back office.
You are on mute, DM.
I'm unmuted. Thank you so much to all the fathers. The fathers, the uncles, the mkulus. Thank you for joining us. We are committed to implementing what Madume committed. We will, as the department, implement that, but we'll also continue to advocate that within the gender-based violence conundrum, we need to begin to actually unbundle sector-specific statistics so that we actually understand that gender-based violence is all about all of us, but there are specific crimes within that we must begin to elevate. So we'll launch the Remember My Name campaign. As the president said, we will speak for all those. So we're hoping the men will be joining us as we do that. But happy Father's Day. Please look after yourselves, stay home, stay safe, and make sure that we ascribe to the Africa we all want. Thank you very much to the men's sector for the partnership.
Thank you all, and happy Father's Day to all of you.
Happy Father's Day. Thank you. Bye.
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 Father's Day. Bye.
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 Father's Day. Bye.
Bye. Bye, everyone.
I did it.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
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 Bye. Bye. Bye.
Hey, Daddy.
Daddy. Happy Father's Day.
Daddy,
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you,
Awesome
colleagues.
session.
Thank you, CCI.
Have it.
Prof.
Bye.
Thank you.
Rev
Thank you,
Giba.
colleagues.
Thank you, Rev Giba. Thank you, CCI. Thank you, Brenda.
Thank you.
Rev Giba. Bye.
We are going
Government
to
sector in
repeat
the provinces.
the show now in the
Yes.
next 30 minutes.
Prof.
So
Jas.
whoever that didn't watch,
Thank
you can
you.
watch
Thank
Parliament
you,
TV.
everyone.
We are repeating it.
Awesome.
So, bye.
We'll do that. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, CSP. Thank you, Prapet. Prapet, thank you. Thank you, Linda Mazibuko.
Well done. Thank you, guys. I'm proud of you.
Thank you, Sis Luzile.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. Goodbye.
Hey, Peter Matebula. You spoke well, leadership. Thank you so much. Ne?
And thank you for mobilization. Thank you, Reverend Giba. Reverend Giba, your microphone was working very well. So you choose meetings, eh?
Yes, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah.
What do we need to do? We have to put some points.
You have to put some input.
Points.
Input and to motivate this youth,
Yeah.
So boys to men, not boys to holy end, boys to monster, boys to criminals. So we need them boys to men, men who have internet, men with internet.
Let the music video phela chacha yonke.
Yeah, lamana amahudi
Ngara ngiyaphelile yabona ngithola thola.
Yeah.
Ngibuya lana nami ne-PC yami.
I wanna be losing on Germany PC and then 20 TVs all for it. Was 20 years old into new These are doing some kind of one to be back. On those colors or much. Those billion, I'm not sure is a qualifier.
It isn't.
It isn't. It is music and follow and then none of them are not video music, you know. And I put some video music at the moment. And it really, I really are cool, man. I was in my video music, you know, I wanted to know what my interview. I was in a split numbers. So I know when I was tired.
Husband teen fireman. How about don't know story with the folder there? I'm going to tell them in the music video. Okay. Manguya, USB, startups on the foot to be said away. I'm told that church.
You went in the folder.
What? I'm sure USB uthini ngoma.
Yeah.
Zenzele ifolder uzibeke lana. Ceda mina ngifakele music video kuyo. Yonke.
That's my problem is on and I'm coming on.
Yeah.
What's it? I'm not I think the space and I would just as well as on 175 megabytes.
Yeah.
So then I walking out the stuff, you know?
Yeah.
And then this one I want to need to turn it over now. Trying to open up my USB now also. That only part use you know Escreve Diana mais.
The music videos are going to read there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm in the Oh, what is it?
The chemistry or not?
The music video. The music one. So, I don't know what the right is. Music, we are. What you know, I saw it now. Which was not able. So, violence, never knew. It's all up on this side, and I'm not told each other on the side of the wall. I was on the cross and on the way. No, man, yes, yes, I must fight for it, but let me just fire, man. You know what this is for now. I don't have my money roast. I know, you know what's one of them, but now what was you doing? Yeah. I want to do the rest of the I was one on the I know, what's it? Hold on, sir. I was six, man. And you're trying to contact. Yeah. I'm on Facebook. Was on Facebook, wasn't it? Yeah. Yes, it goes, I know. Well, I was a woman, you know, yeah. When I just had it in box and I was so media. I saw them. I saw them. That's nice. That's it. I just Yes, no, no. Ah, mi mamma mi figli, mamma me la gente. Non è gente.
Yeah, man.
Oh, come on. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord, come down. I might sometimes when I'm up in the point. I don't want to come to the office. I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to talk. I'm not school. It wasn't. I'm going to find out how it to me. I'm not. I'm a champion. I'm champion. That's all I know. Well, I want to know where I'm going to now. That's what I do. Look, I don't want to know. Yeah. I'm in a command. I don't put it on. I'm not doing. I'm my own phone and I'm not quite the man in the something. My information I'm not listening. What can I know is that my own name. And then I use the name. And now when you are including me, I know. I come on. Keep on the machine. You're not getting to the machine. I don't keep my face. I'm not doing it. I'm doing it. What do you mean? No man, I don't hit the people. Now so I come on. What do you think it's him? I never come on. You know. What's going on? I don't know. No, I'm not going on. I'm in now. I was going on. What talking about the no, she's going to nice. I'm going to put this on the home. I'm cleaning the middle of the home. By the way, I'm also going I don't know it. I'm on the lady supplement. Yeah, I'm on the lady supplement. Yeah. I'm on your home now. You have another appointment. Now we need to know what hope. I'm not coming to pick up food at the tower. I'm talking. I'll put no supper on Sunday, no, not up to us. Almost a million dollars, I said, you know, man, I found it in the office. Yeah, no, man. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, who? Yeah. What? I will go on and the man. I'll find it. See you in the door. I'm going to walk down the fucking side. Jamani, naona maswala ndokuza ubana fana isiqoqeleni la. Ngiyambonisa vele cha. Sasa ngikulela nele sobe hot so man. Yebo, awubona nami na udlala makho. Bona abanye abafana abancane bafuna ukusebenza. Yebo. Salomunye bayisiphala. Yebo. Unawuthola. Kodwa yazi ukuthi unoasebenza mama isizini isabonga thatha izinto zizilele phansi yabo. Bayamuhlala ngiyabonga isabo eba bomntwana nomuntu uyasifonsa. Yabo. Eba for yasini yini. Awusabonga ngani naye masale ngani yabo. Ukuba yiwa. Ama uthola sasamana mkhamba. Nayandawona ifana nala emandini yebo ayibona umuntu.
Yebo baba.
Abanile ownership. Yebo baba. Kuzokuza.
Yes, I
No. Oh, I think you know not I know it's another small one. Talking about the number of I wasn't how to go open the case. I don't think I'll go. Oh, weird. Ona even a just left with the European China improving their part. I know for this one, it's one of the what is going on in there. You know, I will actually say, you know, I'm young and so for the part.
Yeah.
That's no. I mean, I was saying this little so I can no, what was it? I want to come on and look at it. Who's and one. You know, everyone is doing it, but maybe not. I went. I really much. You see, you know, really my right and yeah. So, man, why is it around? You're not really fun.
I get 751. That means 15 rand. 30 rand. 30 rand. 30 rand. Yeah, 30 rand. Man ba no musa 30 rand. Man tura 25 rand.
No, no, no. I'm going to look at something up now. Yeah. I'm talking about too much.
Yeah, you're right.
Mimi 251 watu wengi sana. Kama tini warning date